Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Results out of Class 1. Berkshire Breeding Gilts. First goes to Carly Morris, Indiana. Second, Emmy Pell, Indiana. Third, Adelie Gruden, Michigan. Fourth, Taylor Smith, Michigan. And fifth, Jaden Swackhammer, Ohio. We are now showing Class 2 Berkshire Gilts.
Again, good morning here from the Crossbred ring, and as we get started here this morning, as Jason said, a great opportunity to be here and work through the Crossbred Guilds here this morning alongside with Jason there, and we get into first class here, and once we get everything settled in here, I promise you it's going to get a little more efficiently. We had, they're going to get a couple of the gates loosened up there so we can get them in there and get a few more of them on the scales there. The guys getting a little more reinforcement over here, so we'll get you in and out of here. But an interesting class to start off with here in the top end of these, and differences all the way down. And I don't like to be the guy that starts off and ever say, oh, you know, there's not one and blah blah blah. But there's more differences probably in here. I think from a quality standpoint, you certainly got quality from top to bottom in here. Different styles more than anything. And in this top pair, we end up with a pair of them that are contrasting in type. But at the same point in time, when you step back, these two probably still are the most comfortable, bring the most quality of the top four, in my opinion, from a balance standpoint, from an overall build standpoint. And then you start breaking them down just what you're comfortable with in terms of where some of the extremities set, where the look sets, where they proportion and length of body. And I think as you talk the two, the Calico is definitely the stouter one of this pair. Big ribbed one there, got some burliness to her, heavy boned, big footed type of a gilt, and one there when you step off to the side is where does she balance up in terms of just proportions. She maybe reads a little bunchier than the gilt, the belted gilt that's a little bit contrasting there in terms of type and kind that comes across the middle of the ring in terms of her extension through her front third, her build, her design, and her comfort, and her drive in terms of just the way she uses her hind leg, maybe just a notch better there. Question is, in both of them you can nitpick ever so slightly in terms of where maybe they square up, coming right at you there in terms of knee placement. For me, the longer the drive goes on and the comfort and the build and the design and still having enough, young man's belted gilt's going to start the class in terms of just the overall composition and balance that she brings to this particular drive. The extremities lie in the one and second, as I said there before. With the extremities, you get into the questionable issues in terms of where they usually set in terms of hip hip and hind leg and length of step and drive. And I think that's where you get into this particular one there. This one here in a short stretch, I think you can gravitate towards pretty quick. When this one goes from a long haul standpoint, ask myself, does she have enough to take it to the end? And that's where I separate those two in terms of just balance, particularly in terms of just length of hip, hind leg, and drive. And I'm definitely a length of hip and hind leg guy because that drives longevity and livestock, and that's where the differences are in that pair. The belted one that comes out here in second, in third, maybe follows the type and kind of our class winner in terms of just build, but at the same point in time, she maybe gets a notch plainer, doesn't read with the shape up high in the upper portion of her skeleton, just simply doesn't have the show ring presence of the two there ahead of her. I like her feature, I like her bone when you study there at the ground, maybe just doesn't balance up, like I say, and give you just maybe that show ring wow that we need here to move up in the top two in this class. This Gilt kind of got worked up there at the scale. That's not the reason she ends up in fourth. She gets to be more refined of those top three that are there above her. She's one, though, that in terms of quality and balance, she slides into that fourth spot there just in an overall build standpoint in terms of body shape and that maternal build that she brings to this class. Shape up high, back, look, in the front third of her skeleton, very good. Again, this Gilt just gets a little plainer in the rear flank. Doesn't drive quite as good off those rear two as the ones right above her. The one that comes out next, as we get down through here particularly, it's a little bit of type and kind because there's a lot of differences. This is a balanced Gilt. It looks like she can still go home, got some versatility when comparably mated to what you want to take bore-wise. Looks like one that can lay down and potentially raise a litter that still has the fundamentals that you can put some extras on. We start running into some structure issues as we get down the line here. Maybe need more body shape, maybe need just a little more show ring presence to get them up in the top end of this particular class. Good way to start off with, though. Let's give them a nice round of applause here in our first class at Cross Gilt.
Results out of Class 33, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Caden Ishmael from Indiana. Second, Hayden Justice, Indiana. Third, Beckham Balzer, Ohio. Fourth, Jane Jennings, North Carolina. And fifth, Guy Cooper Kroll, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 34 Crossbred Gilts. Results out of Class 2, Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Hayden Turner, Kentucky. Second, Sydney Sturm, Ohio. Third, Caitlin Berry, Indiana. Fourth, Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. And fifth, Avery Blair, Ohio. We are now showing Class 3, Berkshire Breeding Gilts.
As we get 10 back here, we'll let these 4 or 5 here head back out. And again, another good class there. We just get into some that maybe don't have the shape or the design or just maybe the eye appeal of some of them on up the line here. As we let them go back, though, give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please. Get another good pair here on the top end of this particular class, and I think too that more resemble themselves in terms of type and kind than maybe the last class we get into. And as we get down through here, we get in, we got the top 2, 3, 4, and then you get down and you get into some differences in terms of just where you put your priorities in terms of what you want to talk about there, and certainly if you're listening in a judging contest, that's going to be that would just be the differences from a point standpoint of what you want to hear from an official, I guess, from the differences down through. But as we get up here on the top end of this particular class, build, design, and just show ring presence, I think in these two is very good. As I step back off to the side, and most generally do, I think you can read, and most of the time, if you let them things drive and just read their skeleton, they start to tell you where they need to go. And for me, the belted gilt is the one that starts the class, and she was the one that could probably hit me the hardest coming through the gate down there at the beginning. And her build, she smoother transitions from her neck into her shoulder junction. She's still elevated at the point of her shoulder. I read that one to be a notch truer in terms of her skeleton, both coming and going. As you read her in her chest and read her in her hock placement as she goes away, I think her natural substance at the ground is just a nickel stouter. But more importantly, I like that one's turned to the upper portion of her skeleton as you read her in terms of the roundness of her body shape versus the blue gilt there that is going to end up being in second. In terms of just the wild look, the blue gilt has that from the profile. In terms of just her length of front, the height, in terms of the elevation in her head carriage out here from the side. For me, as I talked there and compared them, she doesn't blend quite as good there. She's the most stilty off of both ends of her skeleton of the top two. She probably pushes the limits going away from you there versus the one that starts the class. But more importantly in that one, I just like to give her a little more roundness of the upper portion of her body shape versus a gilt there that starts the class. But I think two gilts that are very good. I think they complement themselves in this particular drive to stay up on the top end of this class. Body shape and stoutness, this one here definitely has that. She is bolder in the upper portion of her body. When you get up on top of her in terms of spread, as you get off to the side of this one, again, she gets a little more jammed up. She's a little more upright off of both ends of her skeleton, just doesn't get out here and maybe drive with the authority of the ones there right ahead of her. But boy, you talk about one that's got some dimension, got some flesh, and some spread to her. She definitely has that in that particular aspect. Gilt that comes out next, build, body shape, very good. Simply's got to have more feature, and it's got to be more comfortable in terms of the way she uses her hind leg. We get down the line here, a heavy bone gilt that comes out next. She's just a little tighter in terms of her spine there. She wants to tuck just a little more for me than ideal when you watch that one from the side as she goes away from you. Gilt that comes out next probably balances a notch better than the gilt right there ahead of her. She's got a little more set to her rear leg. She's a little drier in terms of her body shape back through her rear flank. And then the gilt that comes out next, more of a production, looks like a brute sow type of a gilt that maybe doesn't have the wow factor, but I think one that certainly has to be appreciated in terms of from a skeleton standpoint, very genuine in terms of her build there, just maybe doesn't have the show ring pop to her out here today, but a nice gilt there too that's got some versatility. On down the line there, we just get into some structural problems as much as anything that we need to address there and just freshen some of these up to move up in this class. Another good class. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
Results in Ring B out of Class 34. First goes to Brooke Brown, from Ohio. Second, Katie Holmes, Indiana. Third, Braylon Law, Indiana. Fourth, Genevieve Davis, Ohio. And fifth, Lily Jo Cook, Arkansas. We're now showing Class 35, Crossbred Gilts. Results out of Class 3, Berkshire Gilts. First goes to Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Second, Garrett Schultz, Indiana. Third, Kaiser Albright, Michigan. Fourth, Carson Ogleby, Ohio. And fifth, Nolan Tarter, Indiana. We are now showing Class 4 Berkshire Gilts. This is the last and final class of Berkshire Gilts.
So we get the top 10 pin back in this class. Again, another good class here. We get into, again, like in every class, when you get down sorting through them there, maybe some that just aren't at 12 o'clock today that are a little past their prime there in area 2. And more importantly, a lot of things when we get down to the end there comes down to maybe an injury or a structure issue in an area or 2 that we've just got to make a notch better there to be more competitive in these classes. So if you would, though, they did a nice job. Again, give them a nice round of applause here. We'll let them go back to their pins and redrive top 5 or 6 in this class.
A reminder, exhibitors around ringside, there is no division in the crosses. There is no divisions in the crosses. We will show all the classes and then pick a champion in reserve overall. No divisions in the crosses.
Another good class here, and we get into a little deeper differences up here on the top end of this particular class. And again, as you step off to the side of them, and to me, you know, that's where the work's done. The build, and you step and you get the big ring view of all of them, and not trying to walk around and single trade every nitpick little thing. And that's probably one of my biggest pet peeves, is try to get the big picture of everything. And to me, when the drive wears on, this Gilt hit me when she came in. She still hits me out here. That one's got presence from the side. She's the boldest. She's the most natural in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her body shape. She's got comfort to go with it. She hits the surface. She's got a good build and a good design. She looks like a show Gilt, reads with some maternal aspects to try to make the next generation, I think, one that just balances up, simply brings the most totals in this particular class from top to bottom to start off with. The Gilted in second does some of the similarities, I think, in terms of build and design when you get off to the side of her. She maybe compositionally doesn't read quite as fresh as the Gilt there that starts the class, and maybe wants to labor just a tick more. But once you nitpick those differences, as we compare those top twos, you have to pick them apart. I still think, as you follow in type and kind, a natural shape, natural body, natural chest width, true dimension and spread, and just sheer volume, that Gilt most closely follows our class winner from that aspect, in my opinion. You love the Gilt's build from the side, and if the only thing you can stand and look at was the side, this Gilt right here certainly runs up to the top of the class. Interesting thing about that Gilt is she comes at you. She does have width. She's square in terms of her chest, and her balance from the side maybe makes her look like she's not that bold, but her chest width is good. For me, when you get up on top of this one, I don't read that one just quite as genuine in terms of just her natural shape and the curvature to her upper rib shape. There is the one right there, or the two there ahead of her. But man, I like that one's build from the side. Her length of body maybe makes her read a little bit flatter. She's still got enough for me in terms of natural flesh, comfort, length of hip, and just drive out here to keep her up over the young lady's Gilt here that comes out in fourth. I like the shape up high in this one, and this one's got a very wild look to her. She kind of runs into the same problem we had in that last class with our blue Gilt. She wants to be just a little rougher there in the way she ties in at the top of her shoulder there. She's maybe just doesn't get out here and push and drive. She wants to maybe drag those hind legs just a little more than the ones right there ahead of her. But there's a lot of good in that Gilt in terms of just her shape. The young lady's doing a good job of getting the ring figured out here, and certainly what it's all all about. And that's one of the things, from a judge's standpoint, if you got kids, you understand when you start out, you got to step back and take in, give them time to get those things presented to you out here, because we've got to start somewhere, and she's doing a great job here today. The gilt that comes out here in fifth, again, one in terms of body shape may have an advantage over the gilt here. That one to me maybe just read a little rounder in terms of all her aspects. She's a little rounder in her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip there. Just doesn't balance up and have quite the presence as the one right there ahead of her. Gilt that comes out next, without a doubt, the power gilt in the class, and she catches a pin just in terms of her chest and her stoutness. From a mobility standpoint, this is where we run into, we talk about extremities in this business, and I'll tell you, I'll take them as heavy bone as you can bring them to me that can handle it, and that's one of those scenarios we run in here. We've packed the extremities on, we just can't handle the extremities out here to move up. Run into the same scenario here a little bit. Got one here, they'll give you a good drive every now and then, gets a little more upright. She wants to duck and tuck there in terms of where her tail's set when you read her there from behind. Balance in general is what sorts her down the line for me. Bone, power, and stoutness, very good in that aspect. Good built, good design one right here that comes out next. Again, when you get to studying her in terms of feature at the ground, probably just didn't read as heavy duty as the ones right there above her. Again, her build, her design there. Does she have enough in terms of just natural shape? Those were the questions that I had that kept her down the line there versus the ones on up. We round out the class, a good class here, the deepest class we've had so far today. Give them a nice round of applause as they head back to their pens. Thank you.
Results out of Class 4. Berkshire Gilts first goes to Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Second goes to Lindsay Klosterman, Indiana. Third goes to Kale Head, Arkansas. Fourth goes to Danica Overshiner, Indiana. And fifth goes to Hadley Hutchinson, Indiana. We are now ready to show for champion Berkshire Gilt at the North American. Coming out of class number 1, congratulations, Carly Morris, Indiana. Second in that class was Emmy Pell, Indiana. Coming out of class number 2, congratulations, Hayden Turner, Kentucky. Second in that class was Sydney Sturm, Ohio. Coming out of class number 3, congratulations from Indiana, Carson Kilmer. Second in that class was Garrett Schultz, Indiana. And out of our just completed class number 4, congratulations, Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Second in that class was Lindsay Klosterman, Indiana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating your class-winning Berkshire Gilts. Congratulations to Carson Kilmer out of Class 3 from Indiana. That drops in Garrett Schultz from Indiana for reserve. Your reserve Berkshire Gilt is your second place in Class 3, Garrett Schultz, Indiana. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class 35. Crossbred Gilts first goes to Jordan Kelly, Indiana. Second, Chase Murphy, Indiana. Third, Hannah Creasap, Ohio. Fourth, Lily Jo Cook, Arkansas. And fifth, Hadley Huseman, Kansas. We are now showing Class 36 Crossbred Gilts.
Get another good class here, and a lot of differences, and that's the thing for me working down through here. You know, there's things that grab you about specific ones, and then there's maybe an area too we change in some of these on down through the line there. And I guarantee you, this class is one of them that you can stand around ringside and discuss all day in terms of where your opinion lies, because I think you could plead a pretty good case in so many areas of just the differences that are out here. And I think there's differences in these top two. Particularly that come out here. These two, for me, end up being the balanced ones that when we talk about build and design from show ring and simply start putting totals together that surface towards the top end of this class. Of the pair, I think there's one that's better in terms of natural skeleton, foot bone, and feature and stoutness, particularly in her front leg when you read them at the ground out here. And more importantly, when we step off to the side, probably has an advantage in terms of just length and skeletal flexibility in terms of spine as well as length of hip. Now, with that being said, both these gilts here maybe nitpick a little bit in terms of just the way they pick them up and set them down off their rear wheels in terms of push and drive. If you're going to get overcritical on them, to me, the one that brings it together again and checks the boxes of the most totals is the traditionally belted gilt there, the young lady in the black, to start this particular class. Again, feature stoutness, burliness, and just a design of that particular gilt there. I think it, to me, just keeps coming back to get up to the top end of this particular class there. And again, we can be overcritical, we can nitpick in all aspects of them, but when it gets down to it, that one there for me brings the most totals in this particular drive. The gilt in second, when she stepped in, I thought this one here will be one that'll run right up to the top of the class pretty handily, and the one that wins came in right after that. This one's build, I think her design, as we talked about there, and the one that wins this particular class has the most similarities. I think that one in terms of just her overall body shape is very, very good. To me, that one, when she comes right at you, probably doesn't hit you as genuine. She's a little more refined, in my opinion, in her foot versus the one there that starts, and maybe not just quite as stout when you study that one going away from you down low there in the base of her stifle there versus the one that starts the class. I think two pretty good ones. Those were the differences I've seen in those particular pair. The gilt that comes out next maybe doesn't have the flash and the wow and needs a shot of bath one more time there versus the ones that start. And I say that because I still think quality, when you get to studying this gilt right here, you know, the basics of that particular female is actually very, very good. Skeletal design and chest, her forearm, her stoutness, her spread up high. She maybe doesn't just pop as much as the ones right there ahead of her or have quite as much shag on her as the ones there in first and second. But again, in terms of comfort, in terms of design, in terms of skeletal correctness, in terms of a breeding gilt, that's what keeps her up here in the top three for me versus the gilt that comes out here next. And the gilt that comes in fourth from the side is as good as any of them in the class. That one there, her stoutness of skull, her look, the bottom side of her jawline there down into her sternum is very good. Her dimension up high is good. Her flexibility from the side in terms of her length of step is good. This one here, when you just step in beside her, I had to finally make the call and say, hey, you know, Bohawk and one that pushes a little harder from behind is not my forte, and that's what makes that one end up being in fourth in this particular class in terms of just bringing her back in check there ever so slightly from behind. Gilt that comes out next here, one of them, a flagtail gilt, and the young man there, you get your hand on her top there, she wants to drop, and it makes her tuck, and you'll get those good passes out of her there, and I think, again, when you get off to the side and the balance of that gilt, very good in a lot of areas. Again, her genuineness is a notch better there. I didn't read that one just bringing as much totals from an extra standpoint and just from an overall shape standpoint and expression as we read in that belted gilt there ahead of her, but I think a gilt then, when you study the body shape and the fundamentals of that particular gilt, awful good in that aspect. A wide stout when it comes out next gets too bunchy and too chubby and too mature for me today. Doesn't read with quite enough rear leg feature versus the mass she's got on the top side of her skeleton there to move up any higher. Big stout one that comes out, big broad stout jawed one that comes out, gets a little shorter in terms of her length of side, a little rounder out of her hip there, just doesn't have the comfort. Get one good built from the side there, needs to be a nice square, needs a little more feature. We start running out the class here. We get into some of them that's got build, got design to them, as we always do. Maybe doesn't have as much extra or enough structure or just simply soundness to move them up in this class. But again, another good class, nice class from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 36, Crossbred Gilt. First goes to Brian Scudder. Ohio, second, Sterling Squires. Oklahoma, third, Caden Smith, Indiana. Fourth, Cagney Utterback, Indiana. And fifth, Graham Clark, Indiana. We are now showing Class 37, Crossbred Gilts. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Your evaluator in Ring A is Mr. Jason Lackey from Haskell, Texas. Jason owns and operates Lackey Livestock, a 125 sow show pig operation that focuses on making show pigs for youth around the country. Him and his wife Jackie have two sons, Weston and Grant. Jason has judged in 31 states at all levels. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jason Lackey from Haskell, Texas.
Again, we're getting about midway through our cross gilt show here, and I think again as you get in here, we got two of them that come up here towards the top end for me, and we talk back to the basics in all those classes that we have so far in terms of just trying to keep the fundamentals in there with the extras. These are the two, and as well as we get down to talking third here and on down the line. But most importantly, to me, when you get in here and you get off to the side of these things, I think they balance. I think they've got design to them. I think their youthfulness is acceptable at this stage in the game, and from a judge's standpoint, that gets to be a hard thing to evaluate, to be honest with you, because we keep these things around for so daggone long now that sometimes what you determine fresh is trying to keep them lean enough because maturity about skull and feature, I think, is what separates this particular pair. And then we tie in from a balance standpoint and just natural width and natural skeleton and power and just sheer genuineness for me as a young lady's belted gilt here coming across the middle is going to start this particular class. I think that one's got more natural feature when you study her at the surface up front particularly. I think that one's head and her look in the front third of her skeleton reads just a little more youthful. And when I say that, you can tell me that gilt's a yearling or more. That's fine. I guess you're just judging them comparatively. I think that one's length of step when she settles in, her attitude pulls her up there towards the top end. I think her balance and just composition read a notch more genuine, in my opinion, in this particular class. I like the gilt here in second. I like the extras that she has in terms of the hair and the wow factor and the shag that everybody wants to throw in there. For me, I don't read that gilt quite as heavy duty in terms of her front foot. I don't read that one quite as youthful in terms of just her look in the front third of her skeleton there. I like her body shape. I like the burliness that she brings from there back, without a doubt. Maybe that one just doesn't get out and go, and even though the drive went on a little bit longer, I read that in that particular gilt there at the beginning when she come through the gate. I think a very nice pair on the top end of that class, just the differences that I read in those two there. Gilt that comes out next, this one from her hip forward follows right in there. Boy, that's a good looking one, tall fronted, square back, got some dimension, still got some roundness of body shape from a broodiness standpoint. For me, when you just step in beside that one, she's probably the most in terms of just where she sets that foot and that hawk on terms of where she goes away from you on the outside of her skeleton there. But boy, I like a lot of things from there forward in that particular gilt in terms of just the overall build and the presence that she gives you out here from the profile particularly. Good built, good design one from the side here. She has her advantages over the gilt and fourth in terms of natural width of chest. They're both similar in terms of build. This one here to me reads just a notch flatter in terms of just her body shape. When you read her forearm, the way it lays back over her forerib, you step in behind her. She does read with more dimension when you get up on top of her than maybe she does from the side, but her advantages in terms of width and stoutness keep her over the one that comes out here in fifth. One in fifth, very similar in terms of build. She wants to close up when she comes at you there in her knee. She just doesn't have the natural dimension all the way through the lower portion of her skeleton. We run into a pair of these calicos on the red belt there, both good built ones in terms of just overall frame and design and elevation from the side and the look. I thought both of them got a little more upright, a little stilty off of both ends of their skeleton, and when you ask them to drive out here versus those looser structured, looser design ones there that were up ahead of them. Two pair, good pair right here, though, that end up here in 6 and 7. Coming out there in 8th, and we get on down the line. If this one here was just a little more comfortable, she's got some interesting pieces to her. She's just a little softer on her front foot there, a little ouchier when we get her out here. We start running down through there where some of them, again, we get into the same thing. If they got enough shape, where they're at in terms of freshness and just comfort to get them up higher in this class. Another good class. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 6. Chester Gilts first goes to Haley Walker, Colorado. Second, Brindley Sliger, Indiana. Third, Kaysen King, Indiana. Fourth, Tillman Peters, Indiana. And fifth, Campbell Thomas, Missouri. We are now showing Class 7. Class 7, Chester Gilts. Results out of Class 37, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Peyton Jones, Indiana. Second, Landon Elsinger, Ohio. Third, Dally Minton, Arkansas. Fourth, Luke Vernon, South Carolina. And fifth, Caitlin Metz, Ohio. We are now showing Class 38, Crossbred Gilts. We are now ready to show for champion Chester Gill. Coming out of class number 5, congratulations from Ohio, Harper Short. Second in that class was Bailey Ball, Tennessee. Coming out of class 6, Haley Walker, Colorado. Second in that class was Brinley Sliger, Indiana. And out of your just completed class number 7, congratulations, Jake Whitfield, Georgia. Second in that class was Hadley Huseman, Kansas. Results out of class 7, Chester Gilts. First goes to Jake Whitfield, Georgia. Second, Hadley Huseman, Kansas. Third, Hannah Bridges, Indiana. Fourth, Jesse Stewart, Ohio. And fifth, Haley Turner. from Illinois. Your champion, Chester Gilt, comes out of class number 6. Congratulations, Haley Walker, Colorado. That drops in Brindley Sliger from Indiana for reserve honors. Your reserve, Chester Gilt, comes out of class 5, Harper Short, Ohio. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B.
Get into this class here, get our mic charged back up, and again, this class here, from top to bottom, has a tremendous amount of differences. I'll be honest with you, probably one of the more challenging classes to line up with the give and take in here. And as I go back to, and as I do numerous times, whenever I get to that point, I step back off of them and I start picking them like I'm going to keep them around. If I'm going to keep them in the sow barn, or I ask myself, all right, if I've got my kid on one, which one am I going to be the most disappointed if I don't get up there towards the top end? And in this class, I think the one thing that did hold true, there was one that did come through the gate that grabbed my attention, and I still think she brings the most totals from a look and design, freshness, body shape, and still comfort standpoint. Is going to be the young man's belted gilt there is going to start this particular class, and she does so just from that standpoint. Her build, her design, her freshness in the front third of her skeleton. She's stout. She needs to be corrected in an area or two, but I could give you a laundry list of stuff in here that I'd correct from top to bottom in this particular class, and that's what makes it a little bit of challenging. The gilt that comes out next, this is one of them. When she come through, I almost waited her right out of the gate. I drove her for a while out here because she's one of them that as you study her and you just appreciate her, where she's good, she's very good. Her skeleton's good, her design, her width of chest, her forearm, her squareness at the top of her blade. She most closely follows, in my opinion, of the class winner. Does she have that extra look that maybe grabs you out here? Where does she set in her front foot placement? Again, like I said, we can get a lot of nitpicky stuff going out here, but again, you get back to the basics, you get back to functionality, back to practicality. This one here is the one that falls into second for me, just in a general build standpoint, just in a comfort standpoint, to keep her up here towards the top end of this class. Gilt that comes out next has an advantage in terms of shape up high, gets a little frailer when you read her down there in foot bone and pasturing, and maybe just gets a little longer and doesn't balance and flex in terms of rear leg and hind leg step comparatively to those two right there above her. One that comes out next, this one here, I like some things about her in terms of her spread, in terms of her roundness of body shape. She's one that maybe ties a little deeper in terms of the way her top of her neck comes into her shoulder there. She's one that maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her hip and wants to wash out there in her loin ever so slightly comparatively. And she too is one when you step right in there behind her, particularly on that left hock, just like to square her up there as she goes away from you as well. Gilt that comes out next here, this is one that's got a good look, got a good presence about her. She gets to be a notch frailer of that top end of this particular class. She doesn't balance up quite as good from the side, and she just needs to be longer hipped and cleaned up back there through her rear flank to ask her to go up any higher. Run into one here has got some extremities, needs to go better. Run into one that comes out next. Good spread up high, roundness of body there. I didn't think maybe that one just had quite the presence out here as the ones right there above her. Nice gilt. Run on down the line there. We end up in good balance gilts there. Need more natural skeleton. Maybe we need to be a notch fresher there as we round out in 10. But a nice class. Congratulations.
Your evaluator in Ring B is Mr. Chad Dave from Atlanta, Indiana. Chad is the owner and operator of Top Cut Genetics, a 50-head show pig crossbred and purebred boar stud operation, and also Chad Day Show Pigs, 125 sow show pig operation. His wife Morgan and him have 3 daughters, Brooklyn, Stella, and Harper. Chad has judged numerous shows at all levels in 27 states. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chad Day from Atlanta, Indiana. Chad has made his selection in Ring B. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class A. Duroc Gilts. First goes to Merrick Malcolm, Indiana. Second, Ethan Hall, Kentucky. Third, Tatum Smith, Indiana. Fourth, Mila McCullough, Ohio. And fifth, Gunnar Bergman, Ohio. We're now showing Class 9 Duroc Gilts.
You get into another nice class here, and again, a lot of differences down through these classes here, the last couple for sure. And to me, the top two that sort up here do it fairly handily for me in this particular drive of again pulling together some length of step and some comfort, still having some muscle shape and some design and feature to them, still maintaining some youthfulness about them, and comfort level and spread in combination. The Calico Gilt is the best in this particular class for me. She's one maybe gets a little easier there in her top as the drive went on there, but in terms of build, design, and squareness, heaviness of structure, that one's probably got the most genuineness in terms of hip and hind leg and feature. The belted gilt falls, the off-belted gilt falls in type and kind. Maybe gets to be a little shorter, rounder about her hip there if you're going to ever nitpick her there. Maybe just doesn't flex and just drive continuously like the gilt there that starts this particular class. But again, when we get into balance, squareness, structural build, design, she easily, in my opinion, falls into the top two in this particular class. Very nice gilt to end up being in second. Gilt that ends up coming out third, heavy bone, needs to be better in her flank, needs to move better in terms of her rear leg placement as we run into down here between third, fourth, fifth, even on down into sixth. We got a big rib, stout one, big volume one right here. Rolls in her hock there, doesn't maybe just want to set them down quite as good as some of them on up the line there. I felt she had a notch more natural body shape and flesh versus the gilt that comes out here next. Elevated heavy bone, that's a huge rear leg in one in this blue gilt right here. You simply get down to studying that one. She reads flatter in terms of her body shape. She simply got to go better in terms of her reach a step off her rear two. Gilt that comes out next maybe has a slight advantage in terms of that, gives up more in terms of just the script shape, and then she just gives up more in terms of just overall dimension and foot and bone and feature as the ones on up the line there. Gilt that comes out next year, again, as we get down here in between 7th, 8th, and 9th here, we get into some of those decisions there that we can flip back and forth. The gilt that comes out next year, just from a sheer maturity standpoint, I thought that one read just a little past prime there in terms of just her skull. She's a little drier back there in terms of just her rear body shape and doesn't read as fresh in terms of just her natural body shape versus the one on up the line. But you dig into that one and you study that one in terms of just some of her feature and some of her look and build. I think a very nice gilt as well. We come out here between 9, 10, and on down the line there. We run into some gilts that structurally need to be better in an area or two. We just basically just need to stouten them up in terms of feature, comfort, freshness when we get them out here on down the line. Good class. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 39. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Hunter J., Pennsylvania. Second, Kenna Ferguson, Arkansas. Third, Haley Walker, Colorado. Fourth, Jolie Nicole Johnson, Illinois. And fifth, Lily Reese, Ohio. We are now showing Class 40 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B. Results out of Class 9. Duroc Gilts. First goes to Ian Truenbach, Ohio. Second, Jesse Hacker, North Carolina. Third, Briggs Gordon, Indiana. Fourth, Braylon Arnold, Indiana. And fifth, Hayden Justice, Indiana. We are now showing Class 10 Duroc Gilts.
We fire these back up. I think we got a good pair up here on the top end, particularly, and as we get down through there, we get into a little deeper setting than maybe the last couple classes that we have had. And I think both these gilts are very good. It comes down to quality. These are the two, in my opinion, that have to be up here on the top end. I think both of these gilts, from a similarity standpoint, bring a lot of the same things to the table. There's one maybe that I think, in terms of just comfort, the way she handles her hind leg and the way she ties from the profile is maybe what separates them the closest to me when you just step back off to the side of them. And that's the young lady's gilt right here to my left is going to start this particular class. I think a gilt that's of the pair, again, has just a little more step and length when you get off to the side of her. I think both these gilts are very good in terms of their skeleton when they come and go. They're both square up from that aspect. The longer you go, and even with the longer you go, just in natural build, this one here is comfort for me in her shoulder angle, length of hip, and squareness in combination with power and look keeps her up here to the top end. Certainly taking nothing away from the one in second. I think this one's exceptionally good as well. She follows her in terms of natural spread when you get up on top of her, in terms of width, in terms of stoutness out of her hip, in terms of freshness of look up through the front third of her skeleton. As I said there, when you step off to the side of her, she's got a little more upright pitch there to her shoulder, length of step there versus the more comfortable gilt that starts. That's what keeps that top pair in first and second, in my opinion. Now, you want to talk about one that comes out the gate and commands your attention in terms of chest. She overwhelms the class in terms of spread down low, boldness of natural skeleton. When she drives right at you, she's got a good look from that presence. You get off the side, she balances out here. When you get to studying this gilt, for me, she reads a little flatter as you read her in terms of her body shape, particularly back in the upper portion of her hip versus the gilts there ahead of her. I do appreciate the length of step out there, but when you step right in behind her, I'd like to make everything from the front match as you read that one as she comes back through in terms of just natural squareness versus those two gilts there ahead. But boy, I like that gilt in a lot of aspects there. A lot of good in that particular female there. Certainly looks like one you can take home and generate and try to help the next generation make them a notch better from that standpoint. Good job, young lady. Come out here next, another gilt that's kind of in the same particular scenario, in my opinion. I like the gilt's build. I like her design out here. Where she reads in terms of just condition in the front third and the freshness versus the three there above her is what keeps her out of that particular top three for me. Does she have as much feature at the ground and stoutness when we compare to those ones there ahead of her? I give the advantage to the three there above her. But again, when we get back to just digging in, study basics, study functionality, this gilt holds her own right up there just in sheer comfort and just in sheer build at the top end of this class. The gilt that comes out next, Wild Look, probably follows our class winners first and seconds in terms of the front third of her skeleton. But after that, she gives up the most in that top group there in terms of just overall feature, in terms of overall body mass, overall just density when you get to study in that particular gilt. Gilt that comes out next just going to be a little plainer, a little more mature in her overall read versus the ones on up the line there. Like her natural width. I like her dimension up high. She is a big body type of a gilt there. Just need to make her a little more eye appealing from the profile, cleaner up there from a composition standpoint. Gilts that come on down the line here. Heavy bone one needs to be more comfortable. Gets a little softer at the surface, a little longer in her pasterns off of both ends of her skeleton. We get on down the line there. We just simply run out of the show ring presence that we have in those top end gilts in this class. Good class. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 40. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Addison Horn, Texas. Third, Mila McCullough, Ohio. Fourth, Willa Leatherman, Arkansas. And fifth, Kelly Kimbler, Ohio. We're now showing Class 41 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B. Please put your hands together for the exhibitors exiting Ring B. Results out of Class 10, Duroc Gilt. Hayes Platt is your class winner from Indiana. Second, Laney Green, Indiana. Third, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. Fourth, Annalise Harris, Arkansas. And fifth, Mackenzie Cox, North Carolina. We are now showing Class 11 Duroc Gilts. Class 11 Duroc Gilts. This is your last and final call to the makeup area.
Another good class here, and differences in here, and believe me, we drove them a plenty long, and is trying to get them back into the pens as efficiently as we can here. But at the same point, we've got a lot of differences, and again, as we weighed 10 of them back in there, and to sort through them and get them back out here, and at the same point in time, I mean, still the functionality and the ability to drive has to have some stamina to it at some point in time, and we allow to give up some angles for some extras. And I think that costs us in the long run, and it creates us more problems, whether it's from a sow standpoint or whether it's from a next generation standpoint. And as we go down through here, we get back to what we've talked in those classes of build and design, and still having enough in every aspect. And the young man here to my right is going to start this class, and this particular gilt comes out here. And again, when you get down to the basics, and I think we get so tied up in the extremities in so many places of bone, hair, and all the stuff that truly doesn't generate better livestock. When we get back to just the practicality and the functional build of some of these, and this is one of those gilts that just slow and steadily just keeps working her way up, in my opinion. I like her freshness. I like the way she ties her head and neck into the top of her shoulder. I like her shape up high. I like her body shape. I like her squareness off of both ends of her skeleton. But most importantly, that one reads with some shape and some natural dimension to me, versus the gilt that ends up in second. Without a doubt, the gilt in second has the hair, has the bone, has the feature that draws our eye to everybody from a show ring standpoint. For me, when you get to studying this gilt, she gets a little stouter, a little shorter about her face there. But to me, the biggest difference in that gilt versus the one that starts the class is when you read the way her shoulder lays back over her forehead. We don't have that expression. We want to lay a little flatter over that forehead and body shape. And I'll be honest with you, from a guy that spends a few hours in the farrowing barn, I fight them things a little bit more from the standpoint of just up and down and ease. And I know those things we don't talk about anymore, and I think it's some things we need to get back to talking about in breeding stock, because it is a problem. But we get tied up in extremities she has, and I certainly think she needs to be appreciated for all those extras that she brings. I just like to give her a little more natural roundness to the upper portion of her skeleton there, stouting her up in the upper arm there and the top side of her blade, versus the gilt that starts this particular class that just ties everything together and totals better for me. The gilt that comes out next is one that I didn't pin back right away, and when she hits you, her burliness is extremely, extremely good. That is a heavy bone one, and she reads to have good natural bone, if you will, from that standpoint. I like her from her hip forward. Man, if we can just change that one and the way she drives going away from you there in terms of her squareness, that's where I nitpick that one, and that was probably the hesitant part about me not throwing that one on the scale right when she came in. But again, when you get back into just the genuineness build of that one there from her hip forward, that thing brings a lot and a lot of power from that aspect, and just heavy dutiness to work up to the top end. Gilt that comes out next year follows her in type and count. I like a lot of things about this gilt. This gilt is wide, wide, wide. She reads a little more moderate for me out here versus the ones on up the line there, and she pushes the limits probably when you step in there behind her for me, versus, and then her length of hip and just her roundness of structure to that hind leg. I just like to get her out there and just get her to just drive, plant, and go. But boy, you got to appreciate the amount of power and the way she does handle what she has. That's just nitpicking one there that I felt when we revert back to the top of the end of this class, one that still has some soundness and muscle. This gilt here brings a lot of good. This is a high quality gilt here. Head shape's good, stoutness, gets a little more jammed up in all aspects. She too gets a little rounder there out of her hip versus the one on up the line. Like the stoutness, like the feature and the squareness, she just gets a little bunchier for me from a breeding gilt standpoint. Gilt that comes out next, if this gilt, I don't know if she's injured or what she's got going there, if she's just sore up front. I like the general build of this gilt, her comfort out here in terms of her hip and hind leg. She wants to be a little ouchy there, wants to get a little more stoved up, and I had to pin her in there, but I do like the build. I like the design of that one there. Comfort's what kept her from moving on up the line there, as well as the gilt that comes out here in seventh. Ends up getting to be a little tighter, a little choppier in terms of movement. She reads a little frailer in her front leg. Didn't read her quite as genuine in her chest versus those ones on up the line there. Top shape, muscle volume, very good. Bigger frame, bigger outline gilt there that goes out that the young man has. I wish that one had just more natural dimension, natural flesh relative to the frame size that she is in this particular drive. Gilt that comes out next, bone feature and stoutness, very good. I thought that one played out down low, particularly when you step in behind her and watch her go away from you. She wants to close up at the base of her stifle. And we round out the class here with a heavy bone one that's got a good look, little longer body, a little drier in terms of her body shape there in 10th. We just need to give her just a little more physical feel there to move her on up in this class. Good class, though. Congratulate those kids, if you would, please.
Results out of Class 41, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Bain Clark, Ohio. Second, Jenna Schilling, Ohio. Third, Kinsley Wolf, Oklahoma. Fourth, Caden Zolman, Indiana. And fifth, Andrew Bridges, Indiana. We're now showing Class 42 Crossbred Gilts. We are now ready this show for champion Duroc Gilt. Coming out of class number 8, congratulations, Merrick Malcolm, Indiana. Second in that class was Ethan Hall, Kentucky. Out of class number 9, congratulations, Ian Truenbach, Ohio. Second in that class was Jesse Hacker, North Carolina. Out of class number 10, congratulations, Hayes Platt, Indiana. Second in that class was Laney Green from Indiana. Out of our just completed class number 11, congratulations from Indiana, Brantley Platt. Second in that class was Brecken Bloomberg from Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating these class winners as they show for the champion Duroc Gilt at the 2025 North American. Your champion, Duroc Gilt, comes out of Class 10. Congratulations, Hayes Platt, Indiana. That drops in Laney Green from Indiana for reserve honors. Your reserve Duroc comes out of class number 10. The second place, Laney Green, Indiana.
Again, listen to Lackey over there talk and just pick one, make a decision type of deal. And, and it's easy, the perspective on the outside. And trust me, I stand a lot on the outside as well. And, you step back off. And there's one thing about it that I've always tried to do is, in those classes, you got to make sure that you get those classes correct. The most important thing of the day, bar none, is trying to sort your classes because you got to make sure that you got the right ones to be there in the end. That's the simplicity of it, and then it's just a matter of give and take. And we had 3 or 4 very high quality gilts out here. And with that being said, I think 3 gilts that are out here that exemplify a tremendous amount of quality. Then it's a matter of stepping back and starting to check boxes and put together the overall totals as we always do. And the young lady in the pink, that's what happens in this particular scenario. As you step off the side of her, I ask myself which one pulls it together, which one's the most comfortable and the best balanced one. It's this one. Which one's probably got the most bone and feature when you study her at the ground, particularly when you study here with rear hind leg comfort. It's a girl in the pink. And still a gilt that reads fresh, and the freshness side of things, to me, in this particular pair, it sorts it up. I think that one just reads a notch cleaner in her composition and her jawline in terms of just her head shape, reads a notch more eye-appealing out here, if you will, from the side. And then in combination with dimension and comfort, as I was talking there, I think easily, to me, checks the box to be the one that starts this particular class. And that's to take nothing away in this particular drive away from the ones that are in second and third and fourth and on down the line, because the one that comes out in second, you want to talk about one that's got back shape that is stout. That one's got a tremendous amount of shape up high. When you get up on top of her, she's got good chest width. She's a gilt that gets out here and she picks her hind leg up and moves it forward. I don't know if she flexes it and plants his drives quite as good good as a Gilt there, or she's quite as good on her front foot set, comparatively the Gilt that starts the class. But where I change her is I'd like to blend her and just freshen her up there in her chine and the way she reads about her head versus the Gilt that starts this particular class. And again, I know it's nitpicking. I'm just telling you the differences that I see in those particular Gilts, because quality is extremely good in those two, as well as the one coming out here next. We get into the next scenario here, and hey, here's another good Gilt in my opinion. I didn't think that one, once she got out here, maybe balanced and pulled together as good as those two that were right there ahead of her in terms of just you study the angles and length of hip in this particular Gilt right here, and just natural width coming at you versus the Gilts that are on up the line there. I think this Gilt's very high quality? Absolutely. She fits in. She follows type and kind. She's good in terms of her freshness, her spread, her body shape on the upper side of her skeleton. Change her coming right at you. Just free her up and make her more comfortable off of both ends, and I can run that one up to the top end of this particular class pretty quick. This Gilt here is the one that just, the longer she drives, the more you study, the more you read into her. This one's packing a lot, and there's a lot in that Gilt. Like her head, again, another youthful reading type of a Gilt and freshness in there. Now, this one's powerful. She's stout. Where she fits in terms of all her angles and handling all that power, I talked that in a couple other classes. Hey, if that's your speed, hey, get in there. I understand. I prefer them maybe be just a little smoother in their makeup, and particularly from a female standpoint, if you will. But at the same point in time, that one there's got a lot of interesting pieces in her. A lot of those that maybe you throw in the Gilt pin there and you try her and see what she can do. She may be the one. But at the same point in time, those kind from me read 50-50 from time to time from a maternal standpoint, keeping that in mind from a breeding Gilt aspect out here, and just her extra power and stoutness, that's what keeps her maybe working against her in terms of just a roundness standpoint in this particular class. Gilt that comes out next here, I like the build of this one as well. This one came in, I thought, man, this thing could work right up there, win this particular class, and the longer the drive went on, I didn't read that one quite as big in her kind. I didn't read that one quite as genuine. When you step right in behind her there and you study that one from her pin set to the ground, she wants to close up. She's a little more A-shaped in terms of her build, if you will, there. When you step right in behind her, reads good from the side. Just when you start studying genuine skeleton versus those ones up the line there, I thought that one deviated the most there of that top 5 in this class. Gilt that comes out next, if we can just give this one a shot of punch everywhere. Her build, design, and comfort is extremely good. Elevation, fresh, overall design, awesome in that aspect. I just need to have her have more natural dimension versus those stouter ones. But a very good Gilt. Her overall flexibility and just show ring presence keeps her up here in the top end of this particular class for me. Gilt that comes out next, here's a stout one as well. That one reads stout, burly all the way through. Gives up a little bit in terms of just maturity. Probably reads a little more mature relative to the class, but a good Gilt in terms of dimension, in terms of body shape. Again, as we get on down the line, we kept more in this particular class. We just start running into structural differences in this Gilt right here. I didn't think that one just composed herself off of either end. She wants to do a little more east and west action. Young man in the pink shirt there that comes out next. Good build, good design type of a Gilt. She was a little slower for me to get to the pin there. I didn't know if she had just enough of the extra to get out here from a look standpoint, and that's what keeps her from moving up in terms of just the bottom side of her neck. We get into a smaller statured Gilt here that just gets too soft off of either end of her skeleton in terms of pasturing, but black-headed Gilt. Heavy bone, a little more upright, a little more hesitant in her movement off of both ends of her skeleton. Good class from top to bottom. Give them a nice hand if you would.
Results out of Class 42. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second, Maverick Murphy, Indiana. Third, Addison Horn, Texas. Fourth, Jace Michael, Ohio. And fifth, Millie Foster, Arkansas. Results out of Class 12. Hampshire Gilts. First goes to Cray Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second, Wyatt Zapp, Indiana. Third, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Fourth, Harper Short, Ohio. And fifth, Anna Lawrence, Indiana.
Got another good class here, and again, working through them and making decisions, and definitely, you never, in my opinion, from a judge's standpoint, you never want to be critical, particularly at the top end of your class, and you got to talk differences because that's the thing that you get out here and you get in when you start sorting through. Start sorting through these classes, and I never want to ever come across as, boy, he's negative or he's awful picky or this and that, because with the big picture in mind, I think is the big concept from an evaluation standpoint, and I'm certainly one of those guys that when I hear people say, well, that one's hard to make, it's usually not what some people call hard to make, because the one that's the hardest one to make to me is the one that combines everything, that has the extras, that's structurally correct, and doesn't have any flaws in them, and that's the most complete one. And as we get in here with all that in mind, I go back and check boxes, and I think these three gilts exemplify a lot of good things from that aspect when you get in there. Certainly, you can pick them apart an area or two and say, hey, this one needs to be a little better there, and then you can turn around and say the same thing. So basically, in my opinion, it comes down to priorities in terms of how you line them up, because both of them are very good, and we've had the same situation in some other classes as well. As I step back off of this class and do the same thing, the one that suits me the best, though, that still has flexibility and balance, as we talked about, and puts it together, still opened up and stout, and reads the most comfortable off all aspects of her skeleton. Young lady here with a wide belted gilt is going to start this class. I think one that still combines width and still combines look and gets out here and uses her hind leg probably the most appropriately, in my opinion, is that particular gilt. And I think presentation is extremely good when you read that one in terms of just her composition along with her muscle shape. A very, very good gilt that starts this particular class for me. I think it gets a little closer probably between second and third, and I like the young man's gilt here to go second. I guess she's just a little more my kind in terms of the front third extension, her length of body, her comfort level in terms of her angles, particularly up in her shoulder, and the way she fits through. I like her head shape when you get off to the side of her, and she's working a big hind leg when you get off to the side. Her length of step and flex is very good. Where I nitpick her versus the gilt that wins the class is when you get right in there behind her, is she quite as true when she goes away from you? Where does she read on her front pastern versus a gilt that starts the class? Those are small details that separated that top pair, but still a gilt that keeps driving, keeps going, picks them up, sets them down, and just her general build suits me more here today, I guess, for lack of a better term in this particular scenario. Taking nothing away from the young lady's a predominantly black gilt here that ends up being in third. When this one hits the ring, you think, boy, this one's an easy class winner, and I would agree with that. That gilt there probably packs as much shape on the upper side of her skeleton, particularly when you read her out of the back side of her blade. She's probably, though, for me, as I've talked in some of those other classes, maybe the shortest and the most jammed up in terms of just her overall design and where she sets in terms of shoulder and comfort level out here versus those ones right up ahead of her. But certainly, don't get over, I mean, that's not over concerning on one that is very good in a lot of aspects that you certainly take home. I'd dang sure like to have in our keeper gilt pen to try something with, because there's a lot of good still in that gilt that ends up in third. This gilt here is one that there's certainly some things that I really appreciate about the gilt. That's a heavy-duty one that's got a good build to her. Her width is good in terms of her chest, and when she goes away from you, where I called that gilt and had to question where she needed to go in was, does she have enough flesh and body for the maturity of bone and feature that she reads? I wish she was just a little more durable in that center body back there through her flank and just had a little more natural dimension as we compare that gilt. But boy, that's a heavy bone one that's still got a lot of feature and stoutness to her as well. Gilt that comes out next here is another one that I've had anywhere from up to second back to where we're at here at fifth, and she's one of those that when you get off of her, as we talked about the gilt ahead of her, she does have more natural turn and more natural flesh when you read her in terms of body shape and just her condition and cover and that swoop to her lower rib cage. But at the same point in time, as I stick the structure and stick the comfort out here, she gets more upright in her shoulders. She gets more hesitant in terms of just her overall movement. Probably not as genuine right at this angle right here comparatively to the gilt on right up there plays ahead of her. Gilt that comes out next kind of runs into the same scenario. Like a lot of things about her, I didn't read that one quite as frail on the bottom side of her jaw into her front leg down to the ground there as we compared to those ones on up the line. Again, reads just a little flatter maybe in terms of her body shape, where it's more maybe had to be fed into her than maybe natural from that standpoint. But there's still, in in terms of spread, in terms of squareness going away from you. She's very good in that aspect. Maybe reconstruct the front third of her to match the back, and then we can have a different discussion about that one. Gilt comes out next. Again, one structurally gets a little more upright in her front shoulder, a little flatter in her blade there. Doesn't have quite the dimension. As we round out the class here, again, another good class, and as Jason said over there, it sounds redundant in a place or two, but we just get into some of them that are close, that maybe just don't have that extra punch in an area or two to get over the hump there, to move up any higher. But boy, another good class. Congratulations. Give them a big hand if you would, please.
Results out of Class 43. Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Adley Green, Georgia. Second, Hayes Platt, Indiana. Third, Brecken Bloomberg, Illinois. Fourth, Natalie Albright, Michigan. And fifth, Kate Hikes, Kansas. We're now showing Class 44 Crossbred Gilts in Ring B. Results out of Class 14. Hampshire Gilts first goes to Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second, Hattie Bannon, Indiana. Third, Cooper Kilfoyle, Indiana. Fourth, Kayla Bunch, Oklahoma. And fifth, Adelie Gruden, Michigan. We are now ready to show for your champion Hampshire Gilt. Coming out of Class 12, congratulations, Craig Emmenheiser, Indiana. Second in that class was Wyatt Zaff, Indiana. Out of Class 13, Brantley Platt, Indiana. Second in that class was Rylan Kilmer, Indiana. Out of our just completed Class 14, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second in that class was Hattie Bannon. Please put your hands together for each of these individuals as they show for champion Hampshire Gilt at the North American. Chad has made his selections in Ring B. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in congratulating the exhibitors exiting the ring. Hereford Gilts, we need you in the makeup area. Class 15, Hereford Gilts, Class 15, Hereford Gilts, makeup area, first and second call. Hereford Gilts, makeup area. Your champion, Hampshire Gilt, comes out of Class 13, Brantley Platt, Indiana. That drops in Rylan Kilmer from Indiana for reserve. Your reserve, Hampshire Gilt, comes out of Class 12, Craig Emmenheiser, Indiana.
Nice class to round out our cross division here. The black-headed gilt is going to start this class, and again, she's a combination of the ones in second and third in terms of just comfort, stoutness, burliness. Still got some athleticism to her, and getting out here and going, and looks like she can withstand the long haul. And is anything bulletproof? Absolutely not. So there's always things that we can critique, but relative to her contemporaries in terms of just having some feature, having a true genuine skeleton on the bottom side, and still good in terms of her length of hip and the way she handles herself, sorts herself up to the top of this class. Like a lot of things about the Gilt in second in terms of just raw power and shape is very good. I didn't read that one maybe just quite as comfortable, and I'm a little more concerned with the next go around there as far as just withstanding the extras, because the quality in that Gilt is very, very good in terms of just overall driving and keeping their composure together there. I'd like to just loosen her back up there. She wants to tighten just ever so slightly comparatively in this particular class, but at the same point in time, there's one that's got a big back, big spread, heavy bone, still a very nice Gilt that ends up being second in this particular drive. The Gilt that comes out next here is one that balances very good from the side. I didn't read that one quite as expressive back through her hip as the Gilts that were right there in front of her. She wants to play out. She wants to shorten up, get just a notch bunchier in terms of just her muscle shape there when you step off to the side of her. But again, from there forward, her balance, her natural freshness and body shape, very, very good in that aspect. The Gilt that comes out next here is one that she too follows that type and kind in terms of that roundness of the upper portion of her skeleton, her spread. She gets to be just a little softer on her front foot there. I didn't read her quite as good in her knee when she came at you. And then when you step right in behind her, I thought she maybe deviated the most in terms of just where her hog in relation to her foot hits the surface out here in terms of just squareness when she drives right away from you comparatively to the ones that are ahead of her. You get in here between 5 and 6, this Gilt here reads to be a brute style, big broody type of one. Maybe just doesn't quite blend everything together when you step off to the side in terms of just her shape and her edges versus the ones right there ahead of her. But again, the practicality, the functionality of a Gilt like that certainly has to be appreciated for where she fits in this particular class, because there's a lot of good in a lot of areas in that female that one shot with what type of a bore you want to take over a Gilt like that has a tremendous amount of versatility in that aspect. Bone and feature good in this one. Reads a notch drier back there through the rear third of her flank there. Just doesn't balance up quite as good from the profile when you step off of her. Probably reads just a little more mature, as well as the blue Gilt here that comes out in 7. Heavy boned, rugged type of one, but as she should be in terms of the way she reads about her head, in terms of just overall feature and maturity. Just need to freshen her up. And again, 8th, 9th, and 10th, we just get down in here to where we give up a little bit of those extras, particularly in feature in an area or two down here, and most importantly, just the natural, in most general cases, freshness and just flexibility of overall structural soundness compared to those ones in this particular class that were on up the line. Another good class to round out with here. Give them a nice hand, please.
Results out of your last class. Class 44, Crossbred Gilts. First goes to Ellie Ayers, Indiana. Second, Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Third, Joseph Barb, Ohio. Fourth, Brody Wheeler, Ohio. And fifth, Ava Valerie, Ohio. A reminder, exhibitors, no divisions in the crosses. First and second place, Crossbred Gilts. We need you in the makeup area. Last and final call. results out of Class 16. Hereford Gilts. First goes to Allison Leggett, Indiana. Second, Brian Scudder, Ohio. Third, Braxton Armstrong, Indiana. Fourth, Kate Heikes, Kansas. And fifth, Peyton McCormick, Ohio. We are now showing Class 17 Hereford Gilts. First and second place, Hereford Gilts. Be making your way to the makeup area. We're now ready to show for champion Crossbred Gilt. Coming out of class 33, congratulations, Kaden Ishmael, Indiana. Second in that class was Hayden Justice from Indiana. Coming out of class 34, congratulations, Brooke Brown from Ohio. Second in that class was Katie Holmes, Indiana. Out of class number 35, congratulations from Indiana, Jordan Kelly. Second in that class was Maverick Murphy from Indiana. Out of class 36, congratulations, Brian Scudder from Ohio. Second in that class was Sterling Squires from Oklahoma. Out of class 37, congratulations from Indiana, Peyton Jones. Second in that class was Landon Elsinger from Ohio. Out of class 38, congratulations, Jonathan Kraft, Indiana. Second in that class was Lily Willis from Arkansas. Out of class 39, capturing the blue ribbon, Hunter J., Pennsylvania. Second in that class, Kenan Ferguson, Arkansas. Out of class number 40, congratulations, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Addison Horn from Texas. Your class winner in class 41, congratulations, Bain Clark, Ohio. Second in that class was Jenna Schilling from Ohio. Out of class 42, your class winner, Maya Holderly, Indiana. Second in that class was Maverick Murphy from Indiana. Out of class 43, Adley Green, Georgia. Second in that class from Indiana, Hayes Platt. Out of your just completed class 44, congratulations, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Second in that class, Carson Kilmer, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in congratulating these class winners as they show for champion in reserve, Crossbred Gilt at the 2025 North American.
Well, they asked if they wanted Jason to come over, and I told them it was up to them. So we decided to jump in. I figured we went through 12 of these classes. I know he's picked some breeds over there, and we can get into all the discussing and the speeches here later on. But let's first off start off. Give him a nice hand here. A very, very nice set of gilts out here. that we have the opportunity to work through, and particularly when you get all your class winners out here. And it's always interesting, I think, when you're judging classes, from my perspective of going through 12 classes and sorting down through, and I think the consistency of these gilts reads to be pretty similar when they all get back out here. And certainly there's going to be some arguments of, well, I should have been here or should have been there, and I get it. I get frustrated as much as anybody from that standpoint, and hopefully I did a good enough job explaining what I see the differences are, and some logic behind it, because I guess that's the best you can do, and from that standpoint. But when we get them back out here, I'm very happy. I think these gilts complement each other. I think they got a good look to them. I think they're hogs that are comfortable. They've got the extras. They've got the feature. And I made that comment there early on that, hey, I am a build and design guy. There's no doubt about it. I like good sound livestock. I like livestock to look like they have longevity to them, but I like them as heavy boned. I like them as hairy. Everything that people want to talk about, that they shy away from good, complete livestock, it absolutely drives me crazy. And as an industry, if you step back and you look at all the problems from top to bottom, and we would keep the consistency of totals in check, the classes become a lot tighter and a lot closer. And as you get through here and you sort livestock, there's a ton of deviation right now in terms of quality. Length of hip, all fall. Hey, God, we got to make these hogs longer in their hip. That's all I've heard when people come through and buy pigs, this and that. Well, absolutely. We've been, that's a criteria, in my opinion. Not saying that I'm right in every aspect, but that's a criteria that is near and dear to my heart for sure, and keeping livestock heading in the right direction. And I think these exemplify that with some of the extremities, I guess, to my point there before we pick your champion. Again, very good set. Both Jason and I, there was one that hit me early on in the day, and you never know how they're going to come back out here. I said, what's your first impression? And he said, this one. And I said, well, that makes it easy, because I think that one's certainly there in contention in terms of the quality that we talk about, the squareness, the bone, the feature, the design. Congratulations to this young lady here in the pink. She'll have your champion.
Your champion, Crossbred Gilt, Maya Holderly, Indiana. That drops in Addison Horn from Texas for reserve honors.
Jason and I talked there real quick, and we go back and forth there, and we didn't go back and forth. We were talking about just we made that comment there earlier about we get so overcritical and we want to nitpick, and the first thing everybody wants to tell you is what's wrong with the animal instead of what's good about the animal. And and for anybody that's not in the trenches, hey, there's days where it's tough. I mean, there's nothing worse than walking in and pulling 5 out of the farrowing crate that you thought had a chance to sow late on the night before, let alone getting them to a good home and getting them taken care of and getting them to a show. There's a ton of variability. So we set back. That's what I told Jason. He nitpicked. We were nitpicking an area or two, and I said, the thing is, If you step off to the side of that one, I don't know if there's anything else out here right now that I think rivals what she does the best in the areas and where she's good in terms of everything we've talked about all day from a balance standpoint. And then I said, and the next thing is, I said, if you got to put your kid on that one, are you happy if he's showing, your boys are showing one of them? And that was the thing that we end on. And that's one of the things that I keep in mind for certain from out here from a judging standpoint, from being on both sides of the fence, whether it be from a breeder side or from a parenting side, and certainly keep that in mind. So with that being said, the one we like next best, congratulations to this young lady here in the orange. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve comes out of class 43, Adley Green, Georgia. We're now ready to show for champion Hereford Gilt. Coming out of class 15, Max Wagner, Indiana. Second in that class was Caleb Lehman, Indiana. Out of class 16, congratulations to Allison Liggett, Indiana. Second in that class was Brian Scudder, Ohio. And out of our just completed class 17, Connor Reed, Indiana. Second in that class was JC Slager, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these exhibitors as they show for a champion Hereford Gilt at the 2025 North American. Your champion Hereford Gilt comes out of class 17, Connor Reed, Indiana. Your reserve, JC Slagle, Ohio. Results out of Class 18. Landrace Gilts first goes to Addison Horn, Texas. Second, Allie Ayers, Indiana. Third, Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Fourth, Josie Boyer, Indiana. And fifth, Max Wagner, Indiana. We're now showing Class 19 Landrace Gilts. Results out of Class 19, Landrace Gilts. First goes to Nora Taylor White, Georgia. Second, Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Third, Kason King, Indiana. Fourth, Corinne Hetfer, Minnesota. And fifth, Tyler Crowder, Indiana. We're now showing Class 20 Landrace Gilts, the last class of Landrace Gilts. Results out of Class 20, Landrace Gilts. First goes to Olivia Watson, Indiana. Second, Kenzie Ingham, Illinois. Third, Elin Howard, Indiana. Fourth, Braden Howard, Kentucky. And fifth, Daniel Small, Ohio. We are now ready to show for your champion Landrace Gilt. Coming out of Class 18, Addison Horn, Texas. Second in that class was Allie Ayers, Indiana. Class 19, Nora Taylor White, Georgia. Second in that class was Holland Hobbs, Kentucky. Out of your just completed, Class 20, Olivia Watson, Indiana. Second was Kenzie Ingham, Illinois. Please put your hands together for these three individuals as they show for the champion Landrace Gilt at the 2025 North American. Your champion Landrace Gilt comes out of Class 18, Addison Horn, Texas. That drops in Allie Ayers from Indiana for reserve honors. Your reserve Landrace Gilt comes out of Class 20, Olivia Watson, Indiana. Results out of Class 21. Poland's first goes to Taylor Hinton. Ohio, second. Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Third, Anaya Wilson, Michigan. Fourth, Trace Minton, Arkansas. And fifth, Tyler Armstrong, Indiana. We are now showing Class 22 Poland Gilts. results out of Class 22. Poland Gilts first goes to Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Second, Taylor Hinton, Ohio. Third, Faith Lehman, Indiana. Fourth, J.C. Slagle, Ohio. And fifth, Colton Evinger, Indiana. We are now ready to show for champion Poland Gilt. Coming out of Class 21, congratulations from Ohio, Taylor Hinton. Second in that class was Leah Emmenheiser, Indiana. Out of Class 22, congratulations, Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Second in that class was Taylor Henson, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these two individuals as they show for champion Poland Gilt at the 2025 North American. Your champion Poland Gilt comes out of Class 22, Fallon Griffin, Indiana. Your reserve out of Class 21, Taylor Henson, Ohio. Spot Gilts, Class 23, Spot Gilts, last stand, final call. Results out of Class 23, Spot Gilts. First goes to Anna Lawrence, Indiana. Second, Avery Sturm, Ohio. Third, Carly Pineda, Ohio. Fourth, Genevieve Davis, Ohio. And fifth, Garrett Reed, Indiana. We're now showing Class 24 Spot Gilts.